For many of us, spirituality is just the quest to find essence or true meaning and to really just connect with a higher consciousness.
Welcome to Bring Me to Life Radio.
Connecting with your spirituality is very important in this life. By becoming mindful of all of it, you can realize where you are and if that is leading you to where you want to go.
Listen to the little simple things, because it's those little simple things that are going to shift you vibrationally in such a way that will prepare you to become very intuitively minded and ready to step forward on the next part of your path.
I hope you can feel the love that's inside you, it's inside me, that connects us.
Awakening humanity to spirituality and higher consciousness.
All my troubles fall asleep. One wakes up as the other one leaves, and they shake their hands and say to me, everything goes eventually. And I know it goes on like it should, but it's hard to let go just when it's good. When all my love gets turned around, haunted by the ghost of a hollow sound. It goes la 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 la. It goes la 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 la. The numbers rise and the numbers fall. One gets lonely, but two stands tall, and they stick together for the company. But good things only come in three. All my troubles, they've gone down. Heavy is the head that wears the crown, and your feet fall hard when they hit the ground, haunted by the ghost of a hollow sound. It goes la 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 la. It goes la 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 Too many thoughts at the end of a long, long day. Someone says give in and you say okay. Every night you turn with your hands, you pray that a light goes on to show you the way. All my troubles fall asleep. One wakes up as the other one leaves, and they shake their hand and say to me, everything goes eventually. It goes la 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 la. It goes la 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 la. It goes la 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 la. It goes la 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 got it coming. You know they 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 got it coming. We're not gonna take it anymore. You know the time is come. You know the time is coming. You know the time is come. You know the time is coming. You know the time is come. You know the time is coming. We're not gonna take it anymore. A revolution. We're talking evolution, man. We rise up. We rise above. A revolution. We're talking evolution, man. We rise up. We rise above. You know the time is coming. 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 We're not gonna take it anymore. We're not gonna take it. We're not gonna take it. We're not gonna take it anymore.
Individuals are walking the planet now and they're asking, how can I stay expanded in a world that seems to be contracting? How can I evolve when everything seems to be dissolving right in front of me? And something within you knows that there are answers to those basic but yet profound questions. Something within you knows that if you keep on asking the right question, if you keep on digging, if you keep on searching, you'll eventually bump into the answer, and ultimately you will discover it, that it's with you all of the time. You want to do in creating the condition for the growth, development, and unfoldment of your soul is stop listening to the opinions of others. Stop listening to negativity. Stop listening to what might go wrong. Stop listening to what you might have to lose if you go for your dream. Stop listening to what you have to give up in order to be who and what you really are. When that something bigger than circumstance wants to express itself, you do your best to not listen to negativity. You may encounter delays. You may encounter delays along the way. And every delay is not a denial. It simply means that you're getting something that you're going to need to go forward. Everything is working for your good. So when there is a delay, you perhaps have to ask yourself, what is it that's trying to emerge right now in my life? You may have to ask yourself, what is it that I need to become in order to move forward?
You seeking satisfaction? It's just a trick inside your head. The game of lies that they feed your children shall grant them pleasure when they're dead. Are we walking contradictions? Or sleeping in a bed? You're seeking satisfaction. It's just a trick inside your head. It's quite a magic feeling. shifting my attention beyond the simulation. I'm setting my intention at the highest vibration. This is the ascension to the fifth dimension. This is the ascension to the fifth dimension. I'm fading away, I'm letting it go. I'm living a dream, now I'm in the flow, transcending this world, right back to the stars. I'm losing my mind and I'm finding my heart. I'm losing my mind and I'm finding my heart. To find all the balance restored again. To find mother, the goddess will rise again. I feel your heart connection. Transition to the age of the feminine. This is the ascension to the fifth dimension. This is the ascension to the fifth dimension. I'm fading away, I'm letting it go. I'm living the dream, now I'm in the flow, transcending this world, right back to the stars. I'm losing my mind and I'm finding my heart. I'm fading away, I'm letting it go. I'm living a dream, now I'm in the flow, transcending this world, right back to the stars. I'm losing my mind and I'm finding my heart. I'm losing my mind and I'm finding my heart.
Fairy tales are both stories of transformation and symbolic poetry. They are gifts from our ancestors, offering symbols and guidance for our human development. In this show, artist, philosopher, and teacher Sean Kramer will lead us into the imaginal realm of fairy tales, where we will find healing images and wise teachings for our own journey through this enchanted world. So welcome to Under Their Spell, meditating on fairy tales.
Welcome back, everyone, to Under Their Spell, meditating on fairy tales. Today we will meditate on the very mysterious and powerful fairy tale called Fitcher's Bird. The subtitle I gave to this meditation is Dissociative Fantasy versus Symbolic Imagination. And fairy tales are among the very greatest works of human imagination. The poet W.H. Auden even said of fairy tales, and especially of the Grimm's collection of fairy tales as a book, that it could be a foundational text for an entire culture and civilization, like the Confucian classics or the Bhagavad Gita, maybe in India, or like the Bible. It's an interesting idea, like to think of that, founding a culture on fairy tales. Even imagine, say, going to church and listening to fairy tales. A friend of mine who, when he was in graduate school for psychology, he said once a week, a group of graduate students and professors of different subjects, psychology, philosophy, would gather together and discuss a fairy tale. They considered them so deep and profound that these graduate students and professors would dedicate time just to thinking and meditating on these fairy tales. So these great works of imagination, the fairy tales, they're not only great works of imagination, but they also teach us important things about imagination, while giving us some of the great examples of what imagination can really do for us humans. Examples of really healthy and healing forms of imagination. And this fairy tale, Fitcher's Bird, is a fairy tale that offers us both very striking, powerful, poetic images, but also gives us images about imagination itself. So we will notice those and reflect on those and learn from them as we go through this fairy tale. So to enter this world of imagination, the imaginal world of fairy tales, I'd like us first to begin with a meditation. So bring your awareness into your body. You can close your eyes if that's fitting. And use your breath to gather your awareness and draw it into your body. Let your awareness fill your whole body, as if your body is a vessel and your awareness just fills it. So you're aware of the inner space of your body. And imagine that your inner space, your inner world, is made of different rooms. And explore those different rooms. And imagine or feel any area where there's tension or some kind of resistance or avoidance. And maybe you know somewhere in your life that there's something you're avoiding or withdrawing from, or maybe you can just feel it in general, that those things that happen to us as we go through life, where we pull back from life through fear or weakness. And imagine that as a locked room, somewhere that you're not quite comfortable going, somewhere that also keeps you from life, weakens you. Now imagine you find a key. Hold that key and feel the energy that the key gives you, an energy of readiness, that you feel ready to move forward into this area of life or activity, task, whatever it is, where you formerly felt avoidance, anxiety. Now take that key, put it in the door, and open up the door. And see from the open door flying a beautiful white bird. And as you see that beautiful white bird flying, you feel yourself now stronger from having faced that area of life, from having opened that door. And now with more strength and readiness, you go forward into life, into the world, into growth. Now take a few breaths. Let that image go. And now we will journey into the story of Fitcher's bird. And I'll tell you the beginning of the story, just the beginning, and then we'll pause to imagine and reflect on the landscape of the story, what I like to call the story map, and some of just the symbolism, and then we'll move through the events that happen in the landscape. So the opening situation of this fairy tale is that there's a village where people are living, nearby a dark forest. You might already be reminded of Hansel and Gretel, our last fairy tale. But what's been happening is that pretty young girls have been disappearing, abducted, and no one knows where they've been taken or what has happened to them. So right away we have the fairy tale jumping into one of these areas of real fear, one of these frightening things in life. It's reminds me of these signs that I'll see occasionally, or that I would see growing up, of a picture of some person missing, a missing person. This is really one of the very frightening areas of life in our existence and experience. And the fairy tales really go into those areas. And so right away we're into this. Hansel and Gretel, our last fairy tale, we opened with a situation of real family trauma where the parents were discussing abandoning their children, leaving them to die in the forest. Here we have a situation of young girls disappearing, and the families don't know what has happened to them. In fairy tales, when they go into these dark areas, they don't go into them just to stir up anxiety or despair. And they don't even spend a lot of time arousing fear or suspense. They state these terrible things in a very simple way. And because the fears are already there, they're not trying to create fear, they're just touching on deep fears that are already in us. And then they're trying to move forward somehow, to mature or resolve or heal, somehow move us forward from the fears. So though they touch on these dark things, they're not like a slasher movie where it's just about stirring up the fear or exploiting terror. The fairy tales just touch on it. It's already there. We have these fears of abandonment, of the unknown. They simply notice it and then take us forward. So let's see where this fairy tale takes us. So what's been happening is there's a wizard, and he's been disguising himself as a beggar, and he goes to houses. And so he's at a house now, and he knocks on the door. In this house, there's a father and 3 daughters. he knocks on the door and he's disguised as a beggar, begging for bread. So the oldest sister goes and gets some bread and brings it to him to give him bread, to feed him. And he simply reaches out his arm and gently touches her with his finger. And as soon as he touches her, she leaps or flies into a basket, a large basket that he's carrying on his back. And he, with large strides, walks into the forest and through the forest. So let's pause here a little bit before we see where they go. But this image of the man in disguise reaching out to touch the young girl, and she just leaps in his basket. And he's disguised, and she's drawn to him by wanting to feed him, to care for him. So it's really, I think it makes sense on a lot of levels, but if we think of this story of these young girls and who are swept away by this man who appears to be someone they can care for and mother, but they don't really know who he is. There's a very clever line in Shakespeare where one character, it's in King Lear, one character asks another how old that person is, and the person responds by saying, well, I'm too old to fall in love with someone for singing. And in other words, that he was a young person once, and the characterization of being young was that he was able to fall in love with someone for singing. And it reminds me of seeing film footage or videos of concerts of singers with audiences of young girls just screaming in this hysteria and fainting toward this, young man who they have really no idea what kind of person he is, but just because he's singing, they are just melting and just swept away like these girls, just the touch, and they leap into the basket. They're carried away. And that's an interesting capacity of humans, that by just a little sign, external sign, our imagination and desires take over and completely fill in a whole fantasy. So in this example, these young girls at the concert really know almost nothing about the person they are falling madly in love with because he's singing, but their imagination is filling in a whole fantasy. So the wizard has swept these girls off their feet and is carrying them into the dark forest. Through the dark forest. And where does he bring them? He brings them to a house, a mansion. And it is just beautiful, wonderful. It's luxurious, it's comfortable. It's all, as the wizard himself says, all that they could desire. And when he brings them in, he says, you will be happy here, I will attend to you, and give you all that you would desire. My dear, he says, you will certainly be happy with me, for you will have everything your heart can wish for. So, it seems not so bad. But it's all that who would desire, we might ask. It's not simply all that any human could desire. but it's a certain fulfillment of desire. So to answer that question, let's look now at the landscape. And imagine, as we did before in our first fairy tale, that we are going up in a hot air balloon to see the landscape. And let's first remember and look back as if there's the fairy tale world and there's different little counties we can see. And let's look over first the landscape of Hansel and Gretel and compare it. I think right away you'll see a lot of similarities. If you remember the landscape of Hansel and Gretel, it was basically the house, the family's house on the edge of the forest, the dark forest, and in the middle of the forest, another house, the cake and candy house in the midst of the forest. And the story moved through that space. So clearly, I'm sure you're making the connections yourself. This story of Fitcher's bird has the same basic landscape. There's the family home, the dark forest, and in the middle of the forest, a house. In this case, not a candy house, but a comfortable, luxurious house with beautiful furniture, silver, gold, hangings, beautiful curtains. So they're different houses, but what's similar about them? Both of them are images of the character's desire. Or we might say their image, their ideal. But in Hansel and Gretel, it was the child's image or dream of happiness, a house made of cake and candy, like the factory of Willy Wonka with chocolate rivers and trees that grow candy. This is what a child would imagine and dream of. And what is the image in Fitcher's bird? Whose image of happiness is that? Well, in this story, it's the image of a young girl. So no longer a child, a young girl who's adolescent, young adult, who's thinking of moving out and finding a husband and a home. It's a comfortable home with beautiful and luxurious furnishings. So we see, just by comparing those two, that inside the forest, we see the person's desires, but the desires are different as a person changes, develops through life, goes through different developmental life stages. And in Hansel and Gretel, we had a little more detail about what happened outside the forest in the family, and we saw that inside the forest was very much like the children's dream of their life outside the forest. In other words, they were longing for a mother who would nourish and shelter them, but their mother turned out to be a witch who wanted to kill them. So we could almost read Hansel and Gretel as if that going into the forest was them falling asleep and dreaming about their life, their desires and fears in the imagery of a dream. And inside the forest, commonly in fairy tales, things get strange, unreal, and definitely more dreamlike. And it's common in writers on fairy tales that they see the forest as they sometimes say, the unconscious, but meaning the person's inner world. When you go into the forest, you're going into the inner world, the dream world, the symbolic world of desires and fears. And fairy tales themselves are this kind of thing. They're images of an inner world, an inner experience through symbol. So let's go a little further because there's something else in the house. So this oldest daughter is in the house with the wizard, and the wizard comes to her after some days and says to her, I am going on a journey, and I'm going to leave you alone here. And I'm going to give you all the keys to the house so you can explore, wander around, see how wonderful it is here, how happy you will be. But then he gives her another key. He says, except the room to which this key goes. There you must not look on pain of death. If you go there, it will be your death. So you can look everywhere in this house except in this room behind the door to which this key opens, which he gives her. He gives her also something else. He gives her an egg. He hands her an egg and tells her, guard this egg carefully, carry it with you, for a great misfortune would come if you were to lose it. Then he goes and leaves her in the house with the keys and the special key to the forbidden room and her egg. And she takes it and promises that she will do what he says. So when he's gone, she starts exploring the house and sees just how wonderful it is. Each room seems more wonderful than the next, just full of splendor, comfort. And as she's going through the house, she passes a hallway and looks down and sees the door to the forbidden room. She looks, not intending to go in, but wondering what might be there. So she just will look at the door. She won't go in. She'll look at the door and the key. She examines the door. She looks at the key. The key doesn't look different than any other key. She puts it in the keyhole and just moves it a little, and the door opens. She walks inside. What's in the room? The room has in the middle a basin, a tub. Around it, all around the room, is blood splattered. There's an axe, and inside the tub is blood and body parts of human beings, all body parts floating in the blood. And when she sees this, in her shock, she drops the egg into the basin. So she now has to reach her arm down through that and get the egg out, which is now. She quickly goes out of the room, closes the door, and tries to wash off the egg, and with no success. When she seems to clean it, it looks stained again. So the wizard comes back and he asks for the egg and the key. Now she hands him to him. She's shaking, trembling, her whole body. And he looks at the egg and sees that it's stained. He knows that he's been in the room. She's been in the room. And he says to her, you went into the room against my will. Now you go back into it against your will. He knocks her down, grabs her by the hair, drags her through the house, brings her into the room, and cuts her into pieces. Now, let's compare this furthermore to Hansel and Gretel. In this Fitcher's bird, we have these concentric circles almost. We have outside the forest in the middle, this luxurious house, and inside the house, this room, and inside the room, the basin of blood and body parts. We're going more and more inward, more and more kind of into the inner psychological world and state of somebody. So not only is it what's in the forest an image of the person's really deep desires, but it's at the same time an image of their fears. Just like in Hansel and Gretel, the cake house was an image of their desire, what they wanted their mother to be for them. And the witch was an image of their fear, of what their mother was or what they were afraid she would be, devouring, abandoning, murderous. So in this story, we have an image of a young girl's desires for happiness, a home, comfort. But inside that is an image of deep fear and dread that this ideal situation really hides something horrible and frightening. And this is something that the fairy tales do. They give us images of our deepest desires and fears. Now, in both, again, Hansel and Gretel and Finch's bird, this image of what's in the forest is an image of desire and fear, and it's also, they're both images of something that appears good, wonderful, desirable, but really is something bad or harmful. There's the cake house that looks wonderful, but inside there's a witch, and when the children are inside, fed and in bed, the story says they laid down and went to sleep thinking they were in heaven, but they were really in a kind of hell. They were deceived in what they imagined the situation really was. In this fairy tale, we start off with a wizard who's disguised as a beggar, and the girls are captivated by him in his disguise. And then they go into the forest where there's a house that looks beautiful but has a locked room that contains something horrifying. This is one aspect of the fairy tale world, or really the world we're in, as the fairy tale symbolizes it, that there is often a difference between appearance and reality, the way things appear to be and the way they really are. And in our journey through life, this is one significant cause of people failing to reach happiness, of instead ending up in misery and as unfulfilled human beings. That by following an imagination and desire based on appearances rather than reality, they are led into a kind of destructive trap or situation. And it's this, we might call this a kind of enchantment, that the world is enchanted. And if we came from another realm where things appeared the way they really are, we would be struck by that here. How is it that things are so deceptive, that things and people appear one way and turn out to be another? And it has a lot to do with our imagination. Like the people falling for the singer, right? Their imagination fills in something that is not real. The writer C.S. Lewis was once traveling. He went to visit his uncle who lived in England, in a part of England where he had never been. And when he got there, he said to his uncle, "Gosh, it's not at all like what I imagined it to be he imagined where his uncle lived, and when he got there, he said, it's nothing like what I imagined. And his uncle said to him, what right did you have to imagine it to be anything at all? You've never been here. But we do that. We imagine places where we haven't been. We imagine stages of life that we haven't experienced. It's interesting to me when people talk in a very general way about, well, sometimes I've heard about saints or holy people. They'll say, saints are like this, or saints would do this, meaning saints as like fully realized human beings. People do that also with the term poets and artists. They kind of project something into these images. Of course, saints and fully realized human beings, that's a category where we can just fill in with our imagination, because most of us, at least, have not been there, and we don't really know what a fully realized human being is like. Now, we noticed that the girls, and this happened, actually, we'll move ahead a little in the story. He goes back again to the same house and gets the second sister. And she comes back, and the exact same thing happens with the key and the egg. And she looks in the room and drops the egg in. He discovers it, and he kills her too. Now, they're given a choice that they can remain in this kind of luxury and bliss, but the condition is not to look into this room. A kind of denial or avoidance as their condition for happiness. And so it's a beautiful image for a lot of things, a lot of states of being, human beings, where we can remain in a kind of comfort and happiness by not looking at something. So let's go on now to the next half of the story. That was the first half, might say the descent of the story, which is common in fairy tales. The dark downward staircase. But now the fairy tale is going to move in an ascent and in the path of kind of transformation and healing. So the wizard goes to the house again and gets the third and youngest sister. In the same way, he touches her, she leaps into his basket, he brings her back to the house, gives her the key and the egg, and leaves. Now, she does something different. She puts the egg aside to guard it, but she does go into the room. She goes in the room and sees what's in there and sees her. So she takes the pieces, she finds all the parts of her two sisters and starts laying them out on the ground and laying them out in their proper place and relationship of their body parts, the hand, the arm, the foot, laying them out. And when she finds them all and lays them out, arranges them on the floor, they mend together and come back to life. And all the sisters embrace each other and are happy and joyful. So the first sisters were, say, dismembered, cut up by the wizard, and the third sister puts them back together. You could say she remembers them, puts them back together and remembers. When the wizard comes back, he sees that her egg is not stained, and he says, "You have passed the test. Now you will be my bride, And the fairy tale says now he no longer has power over her, but she has power over him. So she hides her sisters in a basket with gold and tells the wizard to take the basket of gold back to her family. She tells the sisters when they're back to tell the family members what happened, and so they can come out and help. And he tells the wizard that she will be watching him from the window. He must not stop on the whole way back, but must keep walking until he gets there to deliver the basket. So while he's walking, it's so heavy, he's carrying the sisters, he's sweating, he decides to sit down and rest. And one of the sisters in the basket says, I see you, I'm looking from the window. You're not supposed to sit down, get up and keep going. So he gets up, keeps going. Same thing happens again. One of the sisters in the basket says, don't stop, I'm watching you from the window. So that goes on until he's all the way back and delivers the sisters to the family. Meanwhile, the third sister back at the mansion, it has invited guests to the wedding, and she takes a skull, a grinning, smiling skull, and decorates it with flowers and a bridal veil, and puts it up in the window, smiling with flowers from the window, this grinning skull. Then she goes, takes off her clothes, and sinks her whole body into a barrel of honey, comes out covered with honey, and rips up the feather bed and rolls around in the feathers. Now she's covered with feathers, and she walks out of the house. As she's walking down the road, she meets some of the wedding guests, and they say to her, "O Fitcher's bird." It's in a poem, so here's one English version. "O Fitcher's bird, how comest thou here?" She says, "I come from Fitcher's house quite near." "And what," they ask, "may the young bride be doing?" She says, "From cellar to garret she's swept all clean, and now from the window she's peeping, I ween." And they move along toward the house, and she comes down the road, and now she meets the wizard, and the same exchange goes on. "Fitcher's bird, how comest thou here?" And she says, "I come from Fitcher's house." And the bride is sweeping and cleaning the house. I'll interject here. Some people wonder, it's called Fitcher's bird, and in this little poem, she mentions that she's Fitcher's bird, and no one really knows. There's no clear answer. It's kind of lost why that word is used. The wizard, the bridegroom, gets to the house and looks up and sees the skull in the window with the flowers grinning at him. And he smiles back, thinking that's his bride. And he goes into the house. All the guests are in the house. The wizard is in the house. And the relatives of the girl, the bride, board up the house and set it on fire and burn the wizard and all the guests alive. And the girl goes down the road back into the world and the village covered with feathers, with the wizard's house burning down behind her. A beautiful image to end the story. That's one that I think would make a good illustration. Let's go back now and see how we might interpret this story. And when I look to interpret a fairy tale, we can always take little parts and kind of pull out different possible symbolisms for parts. But what's convincing to me is some way that the whole fairy tale holds together. If we can find an aspect that really makes sense of the whole and the parts, that's where I feel like we've maybe got at some of the heart of the fairy tale and the meaning. So to get at what I think is a unified interpretation, let me first describe what one of the meanings of a word dissociation in the state, like when it's used of in psychology, dissociative identity disorder. And I'll give an extreme example to make it clear. And it happens to people because of trauma sometimes. So someone might be undergoing some trauma, some physical trauma, emotional trauma, abuse. Can you imagine someone's, say, laying on a table? Sometimes with injuries this can happen, or other kinds of trauma. The person's on the table in some trauma about which they really can't do anything about or don't know how to deal with. What can sometimes happen is the person feels themselves lifting up, maybe going up to the ceiling and looking down and seeing the trauma happening as if to someone else. And if this happens repeatedly, many times, that part of themselves that, say, floated up to the ceiling can actually tend to take on its own personality. Maybe they give it a different name, as if there's one person who suffered and another person who didn't suffer. And this is one explanation for what's called dissociative identity disorder. It used to be called multiple personality disorder. Now, if we look at this fairy tale in an overall way, I think it makes a lot of sense if we see it as a story of someone in trauma, the process of trauma and healing from trauma. The image of the beautiful mansion or house with this locked room in which there's something horrible. We could possibly take the story as an image of a marriage or relationship which looks good but has something bad or traumatic at the heart of it that people are afraid to look at. And if they do look at, maybe they fragment or fall apart like the first two sisters. But it could also be of the same person's inner world. The house could be the person's soul or mind, psyche, where they have some area that they are not able or ready or willing to face. So they have a locked door. And feel that by keeping that door locked, that's the only way that they can hold together and maintain some comfort, peace, or happiness. Something that someone cannot face, in which they may actually fall apart. Maybe they're not ready to face it. Sometimes advice is given to look into your shadow and kind of tear the veils and look at the truth. And well, that's not always the right thing to do. It's something that really depends on the person and ourselves and when we're ready and what we're ready for. So the first two sisters could be seen as the same person, just different stages of their development when they are not ready to go into the room, that they might really fall apart, so that their dissociation, the locked door, they're cutting themselves off from that experience or memory or part of themselves, is what actually keeps them together for a while. Then we see in this story that the third girl, which again could be the same person just at a different stage, she begins to make choices for herself. She actually chooses to take power, to take back her power, and to face and remember, to come back together from the dissociation. So her development, at first, the egg, her potential, her life is undeveloped. But once she faces this thing, this locked door, she then begins to grow and flourish and sprout her feathers. So the egg in the beginning is connected with her becoming a bird at the end. The egg is a potential form of life. It's things that a person could be, could become, could do, could experience in life, but they aren't developed. They're just remaining potential. But instead of having this potential very defensively hidden and protected so that it just remains potential and can't grow, in the second part of the story, it's allowed to become something, to grow. In this line, I think this brings together a lot of the story, and there's a psychoanalyst named Donald Kalshed. He wrote a book called The Inner World of Trauma, and it helped me a lot with this fairy tale. He talks about the dream life, the imagination of people with trauma and their healing, and see the images of fairy tales. So could be a very interesting book if you want to explore this more. The Inner World of Trauma by Donald Kalshed. Now, so it's maybe not too far-fetched to see the sisters as maybe just different stages of one person, but we can maybe go a little farther, and maybe I can convince you that the wizard too might be actually a part of the same person. And the wizard is interesting because the wizard is he bad or good? Well, he obviously is bad that he cuts up the girls, but it's ambivalent, right? He's the one who gives the egg. He's been holding the egg, the potential of life, and he gives the key to open the door. So he's intriguingly ambivalent in who he is, what he is, whether he's good or bad. But if we see the story as an image of the process of trauma and healing from trauma, it makes a lot of sense. Because when someone is traumatized, their dissociation, their creation of this fantasy house and the locking of the door is a defense, it's a protection. And at the time, it's necessary. It's what allows them to preserve the egg, their potential for life, that it's not completely destroyed. But over time, it becomes no longer defensive but destructive. So say someone who's been traumatized, say in relation to intimacy, and then they grow up They start to become close to someone, but then they back away to protect themselves. They're afraid they might get hurt again. And now the wizard that at first was protecting them is now harming them, is now keeping them from growth and life. So the wizard is part of ourselves. We act as a wizard. We have a wizard part of ourselves that may create an enchanted house in a locked room, maybe for our defense and protection at one stage of life. But then that becomes a stunting of our growth later, and the wizard now has to be gotten rid of. So let me finish, I think, by talking about the subtitle I gave to this fairy tale, Dissociative Fantasy versus Symbolic Imagination, and how those, I think, are symbolized in this fairy tale. The wizard can be the image for dissociative fantasy. That is, that kind of imagination that is dissociative. Maybe you could say escapist. That creation of that fantasy mansion or castle that is keeping us from some part of reality that we are avoiding or afraid of. And might not always be bad. It might be something good, but we're just not ready to grow there, or we're afraid. So it's an imagination that withdraws us, cuts us off from life and reality. Whereas the third daughter, the girl, especially with her feathers, she's an image for another kind of imagination, symbolic imagination. The word symbol in Greek etymologically means to throw together. Balein means to throw, and sim means together, to bring together. The opposite in Greek is diabolic versus symbolic. Diabolic in Greek etymologically means to throw apart, to separate. Dia is apart, bolic, together. So symbolic is bringing together, diabolic is cutting apart. So the wizard is a kind of a diabolic imagination. But the girl with feathers is symbolic. And I think it's interesting that she doesn't become a bird, she puts feathers on herself. She brings the spiritual into the body, into the physical, and out into the world, into life. And it allows her to move into the world, back into life, away from the enchanted captivity in the castle. So maybe if Salomon is there, are there any questions? Or
Can you hear me?
comments?
Can you hear me?
Hello?
Hello?
Yes, now I can hear you.
Yeah. We had a question from Ash, and she said, what if the egg was not an egg, but a baby that was still in its mother's womb, the mothers being the captive girls? What if all that blood is not just blood, but also symbolizing that these women had miscarriages, thus losing the trust and faith of the wizard who killed them?
Yes, I think that seems like a possible interpretation. I think, and I think the fairy tales are deliberately put in a very symbolic, poetic form to be open for different interpretations. I think that would be one application of a kind of a trauma experience. But I also think it's written in such a way that it has a common application, so that it's been told over time and resonates with people who not only have that very specific kind of experience and difficulty, say a miscarriage in a marriage and that what that can bring in a relationship, but I also think it is made and written so that it also applies to all of us, and which is why it draws us, because we all continually go through that struggle of areas of life that are afraid of, and then that when we are ready, we meet them and we grow through them.
Nice. Another question we had was, is Fitcher the wizard?
It seems like, because she says she came from Fitcher's house. But again, it's from what I've studied, no one has a clear explanation of that word. It's mysterious. It's kind of unusual. There's different kind of guesses at it, but we don't know. And it's funny that it's titled after that, something that we don't know. It makes it kind of mysterious.
Cool. The last question came from me because I was really interested. What does it mean when they said, peeping I ween?
Say that again. So what's the question?
What does it mean when in the story it said, peeping I ween?
Oh, and that's one translation of that little poem or song. She says, she's saying that she's on the road from cellar to garret, meaning from like basement to the roof, that the bride is swept all clean, and now from the window she's peeping, I ween. I suspect, I think, that is saying that she's looking from the window, and that's where she put she's peeping from the window, that's where she put the skull. So she says that the bride is up in the window, and you'll see her when you get there. Look up in the window, she'll be looking out at you.
Nice. Very, very interesting fairy tale.
Yes, it's one of my favorite fairy tales. And so should we finish with a little meditation?
Yeah, sure. I can play some music for everybody for that.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So let us again bring our awareness into our body through our breath. As we breathe in, imagine we're pulling our awareness and filling our body with our awareness, our presence. And imagine and feel an energy, a light within you that is your connection with the powers of life, growth, transformation of the universe. The powers that gave us birth, that increased our size, that moved us through childhood and adolescence, adulthood, that will continue to move us through life, death, and relax any tension, release any resistance to the changes in life that these powers of nature and growth are moving us through. The changes won't stop, even if we don't want them, but it's part of something vast, bigger, leading us to something more amazing and joyful than we are able to imagine. So with our breath, out breath, release any resistance to change with the in-breath. Connect yourself with these powers of growth and transformation of the universe. And we thank all these powers for bringing us into life, into this journey, and we trust in where they are leading us.
Some say that the world will end tomorrow, but I got a feeling and we're gonna need to find another way to be here. Some say there's no way to save our souls. Some say so no mind to the mess that we'll make it. I don't think that anyone knows for sure when we are going. What I'm trying to say is, hold up, you're missing something. Some say that the way that they are going's the only way to go. What they don't see is the countless path to peace that has hate spewing from the airwaves, fanning the flames of war, making more danger. Some say there's no way to save our souls. Some say so no mind to the mess that we're making. I don't think that they can say for sure they know what love is. And what I'm trying to say is, hold up, you're missing something. They would stop to think about what it really means to love your brother, and about what it really means to honor your mother. We were created to be guardians of this garden. They say it's a symbol of the earth. Now ain't that so ironic? Oh, so ironic. Find a new way, we got to break these chains. Stop being afraid of what they're gonna say. It's not about black or white, not about us or them, conservative or libertarian. It's about love or hate, it's about war or peace. Wanna be in chains or do you wanna be free? I bet they don't wanna hear that hate is rooted in fear, about the fact that love is what brought us here. And all the rage and all the pain before now, we have got to
With candlesticks on trees, a breeze makes you maze the grace in the Allegheny. And surely as she goes, her people took repose as the living floated down to Pittsburgh. In the forest second growth, children run with the Holy Ghost that we've forgotten. We be changed as we grow. Don't forget our fires in the woods, in our eyes. I'll remember you all when I come home. And some of you knew pain at an early age. Fifth grade relentless,
everyone. All people everywhere. Sacred equality. Your people are my people are your people. One people, all people, we are rising. It's time. It's time. It's time to make ripples in the water. It's time to make waves. It's time to bring change. It's time to make ripples in the water. Earth, people, legacies. Time to bring the remedy. Corrupt tendencies turn into memories. Praying through our melodies. Oh, how we need to band together in unity. See the you inside of you is also inside of me. So we realize, raising the tide, Earth's cry, it's time to align. Walk with each other into the new sun, breaking it down and lifting them up, shaking the crown and bringing the love. This is a song, we singing it out, blessing the children who've yet to endow, yet to endure, and so we ensure the place and the presence is pure. All my people, all my people, all my people rise. Even if your heart the heavy end, cause they say that you will never be better than. Hold my hand, never let go. We gon' sink into the best flow. We gon' tap into your escrow. And let you know, baby, let's go. Chomp down Babylon today. With a love that never fades away. All my people rise. Feeling the vibes that come from deep inside. And we always lift our foot on this rocky road that we walk in every day. With a message on his shoulder, to the towns we go, we go, we go, we go. All my people, all my people, all my people rise. All my people, all my people, all my people rise. It's time to make ripples in the water. It's time to make waves. It's time to bring change. It's time to make ripples in the water. All my people, all my people,
Woke up this morning with a really good feeling.
getting better and better, yeah. Feeling strong, feeling healthy and grateful. Sipping coffee, having talks with Creator. Singing praise for the blessings in the universe. Giving love to my beautiful Mother Earth. Dying every night and waking up to rebirth. It's your birthday, what you wanna do first? Sip some agua and satisfy your deep thirst. Greet the sun, wondering what I'm really worth. Can this body mind merge with the space and time? Heard that the mold guys are moving our timelines into something that's a bit more harmonious. Right now is a big metamorphosis. Copacan and a half metamorphosis. Walking on the planet from the stars and the oceans. So keep your eyes peeled, pineals getting healed. This is time that the secrets get revealed. Woke up this morning with a really good feeling. Something magical and great's about to happen. This is the day that we'll remember forever. Anything is possible, getting better and better. Feeling good, feeling love, feeling beautiful. Feeling wind on the back of an eagle. Big spirit guiding us to a people. Standing up strong and tall like a tippy pole. Expecting miracles, magical visuals. Passion, the planet, one family, all equals. Healing waters and the medicine of knowledge. New sunlight with extra wattage. How I love you and all your pretty perfumes. All we wanna do is play you some good tunes. That's the best we express our gratitude. And it's intentional, so let it all be possible. Pass the ball, y'all, let the prayer snowball. Till this old reggae-dicky paradigm falls. What goes up always evolves. And revolves involves all your in-laws. All our relatives from minerals to mammoths. We're the planet, so plant some plants, kid. Didn't plan it, but it's still gonna happen. That's the satisfaction of attraction. There's some loss to a cause and affection. Positive reference, powerful reference. And you don't get a break from a second. Magnetic, forever connected. Woke up this morning with a really good feeling. Something magical and great's about to happen. This is the day that we'll remember forever. Anything is possible, get better and better.
Wait a minute, let me get this straight. You admit that you have absolutely no physical evidence to back up your story.
Yes.
You admit that you very well may have hallucinated this whole thing. You admit that if you were in our position, you would respond with exactly the same degree of incredulity and skepticism. Then why don't you simply withdraw your testimony and concede that this
Starseeds.
journey, in fact, never took place?
Because I can't. I had an experience. I can't prove it, I can't even explain it. But everything that I know as a human being, everything that I am tells me that it was real. I was given something wonderful, something that changed me forever. A vision of the universe that tells us undeniably how tiny, insignificant, and how rare and precious we all are. A vision that tells us that we belong to something that is greater than ourselves, that we are not, none of us are alone.
Starseeds. We are not, none of us are alone.
So what happens now?
planet is one gigantic galactic experiment.
Hi, my name is Dr. Joe Dispenza. My undergraduate training is at Rutgers University, where I studied biochemistry. I went on to get my graduate degree at Life University outside of Atlanta, Georgia. In the last 7 years, I've been very interested in studying spontaneous remissions from diseases. In other words, conditions where people had been diagnosed with cancer or diabetes or rare genetic disorders that medical science had no solution for. I studied people who had cardiovascular conditions like tachycardia or arrhythmia or high blood pressure, people who had high cholesterol levels, emphysema, endocrine problems like thyroid values changed. And I was interested in finding out if there were some things that were common amongst these people. And I found that there were actually 4 things that were common amongst every person that had a spontaneous remission. The first thing that was in common was that every person accepted and believed that there was a divine intelligence running their body. Some people may call it a spiritual intelligence. Some people may say it's a greater mind or a deeper mind. But they all accepted that there was an intelligence that was much greater than them. Now, if we call it this mystical intelligence, a spiritual intelligence, there's really nothing mystical about it at all. You see, it's the same intelligence right now that's keeping your heart beating. Your heart beats 2 gallons of blood every minute, over 100 gallons of blood every hour. It beats 100,000 times in one day, 40 million times a year, and over 3 billion times in one lifetime. It pumps consistently without you consciously thinking about it. Now, if we think about it, there's some order, there's some intelligence that's giving us life, that's keeping our heart beating. It's the same intelligence that's digesting our food, breaking down food into gases and nutrients, and taking that food and organizing it to repair the body. All of that's taking place without us consciously thinking about it. And these people began to realize that there was an intelligence running their body that was actually greater than them, that actually knew more than them. And if they could connect with this intelligence, maybe it would do the healing for them. You see, every single second, we lose 10 million cells. And the next second, we make another 10 million cells. Now, we don't think about doing that. You and I are free-willed individuals. But there's an order, there's an intelligence that's doing it for us. And in every single cell in the body, out of the 100 trillion cells that make up our physical body, every cell goes through 100,000 chemical reactions every single second. Now, if we multiply that by the 100 trillion cells, we can see that there's some intelligence that's giving us life consistently. Now, the interesting thing about this intelligence is that it has a will independent of our will. It consistently and constantly gives us life. Its will transcends our will. Its mind transcends our mind. And it keeps an order in the physical body. An example of that would be like little enzymes running through the DNA of our cells. There's 3.2 billion nucleic acids that make up the genes in one cell. Now, this intelligence sends proteins up and down those nucleic acids and changes mutations so that we don't fall apart. Now, if we think about this, this intelligence is giving us life consistently. And these people said, I'm riding on the back of a giant. And if I could just learn to tap into this intelligence, it will do the healing for me. That's the first thing that they all accepted. Now, the second thing they all believed in was that they understood that their thoughts, the way they thought over a period of time, or their thinking, actually contributed to their disease. And they said, if my thinking's contributed to my disease, maybe I should change the way I've been thinking over the last several years. Now, every time we have a thought, we make a chemical. If we have good thoughts, or we have elevated thoughts, or happy thoughts, we make chemicals that make us feel good or happy. And if we have negative thoughts, or bad thoughts, or insecure thoughts, we make chemicals that make us feel exactly the way we're thinking. So as every chemical is released in the brain, it's literally a message that feeds the physical body. Now the body begins to feel the way it's thinking. Now, once we begin to feel the way we're thinking, an amazing thing happens. The brain, which is in constant communication with the body, checks in with the body, and it starts to think the way we're feeling. which then makes more chemicals to allow us to feel the way we're thinking and think the way we're feeling, and we get caught in this loop between the brain and the body of thinking and feeling. The ultimate side effect of this is that we create a state of being, and that state of being becomes the way in which we think. In other words, feeling becomes the way in which we think. And when feeling becomes the way in which we think, now we're caught in a loop where our body is literally thinking for us. Now, these people reasoned, they said, if my thinking's created this condition, and my thoughts create these chemicals that make me feel a certain way and behave a certain way, I'll have to change the way I think. And so they set out to begin to interrupt this process. That was the second thing that they had in common. The third thing that they had in common, which I found really astounding, is that these people decided that in order to break their thinking process, they had to reinvent themselves. They had to become somebody else. And when they began to think about who they wanted to become, they stopped this feedback loop between thinking and feeling, and they started to ask themselves some important questions. Questions like this: what would it be like to be a happy person? Who do I know in my life that's happy? What would I have to change about myself in order to be a different person? Who in antiquity do I admire that's been great, that I've studied, that I can use some of the virtues and skills to begin to formulate a new ideal of myself? And these people began to contemplate what-ifs, possibilities, potentials of who they could become. And as they did this, the brain began to change. They began to think differently, and the thinking process began to format connections in their brain that started to act as a platform for them to be. So they began to gather information. They began to examine other options, different than the way they've been being for the last several years of their life. Now, the last thing that they had in common, which was the fourth thing, was that when these people reinvented themselves, they spent long moments where they lost track of time and space. In other words, they became so involved with what they were thinking about, so immersed in who they were becoming, that when they opened their eyes, or when they turned on the light in the room, or when they lifted their blindfolds up, it seemed like 5 minutes to them, but actually an hour and a half or 2 hours went by. And they were literally becoming so immersed in what they were thinking about that they lost track of time and space. They lost track of the feedback that takes place between the body and the brain. They lost track of the feedback that the brain always perceives in its environment. And they lost track of time. Now, the brain processes about 400 billion bits of information every single second. But we're only conscious of about 2,000 of those 400 billion bits. Now, those 2,000 bits of information in reference to where our awareness exists only has to do with three things. It has to do with our feedback from the body, feedback from the environment, and our feedback in reference to time. You know, does your back hurt? Are you hungry? Do you have a headache? Are you thirsty? Are you tired? Is it too cold? Is it too warm? Do you like the way it smells in the environment? How long is it going to take before the next experience happens? Our brain and our awareness is immersed in those particular things. And when our brain is immersed in those particular things, even though the brain is processing 400 billion bits of information, we keep our awareness on only 2,000 of those 400 billion bits. And it has to do with the body, the environment, and time. These people who had spontaneous remissions, they moved their awareness from those particular things to those other bits of information. And when they did that, we're beginning to learn from a scientific standpoint is that's the moment that the brain begins to pattern new circuits and new connections. So this began an interesting study for me because I wanted to know, based on these four things, what was happening in the brain to determine what was happening in these people's physical bodies. Could it be that they changed their mind, and by changing their mind, it had a physiological effect in their body? Now, some of these people weren't vegetarians. They didn't do crystals. They didn't fast. They didn't do any alternative therapies. All they did was they changed their mind. And by changing their mind, it produced some measurable results in their life. So I began this process of understanding how the brain makes new circuits and makes new connections. Now, I want to talk a little bit about the way science has progressed over the last couple hundred years, and I'm going to tie it into our understanding of the brain. Back in the 17th century, there was a man by the name of Descartes, and he was a French scientist. He was sitting by a fountain one day, and he was trying to understand the nature of reality. And as he was sitting by this fountain, he said, you know, I'm having difficulty merging two ideas. See, there's an objective world. You know, there's an objective world he called the sphere of science, where things behave like a machine. He said the earth and all of its laws and all of physical reality behave in a very physical mannerism. And those physical traits are very predictable and they're very repeatable. And he said, I'm going to call that the sphere of science. And anything that has to do with the objective or very large, science can study. And then he said, well, anything that has to do with the mind or our subjective world or subjective reality, I'm going to give to religion, because religion has a better handle on it. And really what Descartes was saying is, I want the freedom to be able to study science without having to deal with those other issues. And so the church began to focus on all the principles of subjective world and mind. So the church became always mind, never matter, and science was always matter, never mind. And things worked really well, because up until this point, you know, the church delving into science created some problems, and science delving into the mind created some problems as well, because if we look at Bruno or we look at Galileo, we can see that when they made their particular observations, it defied the church, and of course there were some speed bumps along the way. And it served Descartes very well, because he didn't have to deal with issues other than things that were predictable, because he was a scientist by nature. He didn't want to deal with influences by the church, because if we study history, if we study Galileo Galilei, or we study Giordano Bruno in earlier times, when they said that the earth was no longer the center of the universe, they were persecuted by the church because it went against the very doctrines that ran the church. So Descartes had his own freedom now to study the nature of reality. And things worked really well, and by observation, scientific laws began to develop. And in the 18th century, along came Sir Isaac Newton. And Newton basically said, there are certain definite laws that we can actually put a scientific value on. He knew that force and mass and acceleration are related. And Newton said, if I know the starting point of something, and I know its velocity or its speed, I can determine where it's going to end up. And because of Newton, we're able to put a rocket on the moon. If we know the distance from the Earth to the moon and the rotation of the Earth and how fast we're going to shoot that rocket, because of Newtonian laws and Newtonian physics, we're able to do some very specific things based on the very large and very objective laws. And things worked really well, and science continued to emerge. And then in the 19th century, Albert Einstein comes up with his theory of relativity and this theory of light. And Einstein basically said, nothing can travel faster than the speed of light. Anything as an object or mass that travels faster than the speed of light will ultimately become energy. And because of his laws in understanding relativity, he emerged even greater understandings about objective reality. When Einstein published his papers, the most amazing thing about Einstein was that there was no real footnotes to his information, and which blew most of the scientists away during his time. And he was a visionary, and he understood the way things worked because he applied his mind. And so Einstein's theories pushed science into a greater degree in its acceleration. And then after that, Einstein began to work with this principle called the photoelectric effect. And what he was doing is he was producing very strong electrical currents into steel plates, and he wanted to see the energy that was emitted in terms of electrons and protons and neutrons. And when he started to study what the electrons were doing, instead of the electrons releasing energy in a very continuous and normal fashion, the electrons released energy and drop the level like it was moving down a staircase instead of moving very smooth and continuous. Now, Einstein stopped because the way things work in the very large is that when energy is released, things move in a very continuous fashion. For example, if we drop an apple from a tree, it moves in a very continuous and predictable fashion, and they expected, in the photoelectric effect, the very same things to happen. They didn't. And so Einstein began to see that the very tiny started to behave very different than the very large. And so there were a series of experiments that began to focus attention on electrons and where electrons would be. And when they began to observe electrons and the nature of electrons and how they behaved, they noticed that wherever they observed or looked for an electron appeared. So the electron went from a wave of probability to all of a sudden collapsing into a very definite particle. And now this whole idea of Cartesian dualism, what Descartes said back in the 17th century, started to get fuzzy again. Because now the subjective person and subjective mind was beginning to have a direct effect on the very objective. And so now the separation between mind and reality and mind and objective began to merge again. And independent of who was doing the observation, whether they had an academic degree or they didn't have an academic degree, that their actual observation had an effect on the quantum field. And so quantum physics was born as a result of this. And now, that means now that all of us, every single person, independent of their creed, or their culture, or their gender, or their age, or their race, that every single person, when they're asked to observe something, has an effect on the very tiny, that we're all participants in the nature of reality. Now, science may say, well, quantum physics and the observer observing reality and having an effect on reality only works for the very tiny. In other words, only the very tiny responds to our observation. And so maybe then the way in which reality works is that if our observation makes a difference in the way that small subatomic particles function, maybe we can direct the nature of reality based on our own observation. Now, most quantum physicists will say no. Our observation only works for the very tiny and not the very large. And my answer is, maybe we're just poor observers. Maybe observation is a skill just like anything else, and we can develop this idea called observation. Now, there's a part of the brain that we use to pay attention. There's a part of the brain that we use to observe, and it's called the frontal lobe. The frontal lobe is the crowning achievement of the human being. It is the latest on the scene in our human development. What separates us from every other species on the planet is not the fact that we stand on 2 feet, or the fact that we have opposing thumbs, or the fact that our eyes point straight ahead, or that we have bigger brains, because elephants actually have bigger brains than us. It's not the fact that we have little body hair. What separates us from every other species on the planet is the size of the frontal lobe in reference to the rest of the brain. Now, in human beings, the frontal lobe is almost 40% of the entire brain. Our next closest ancestor, great apes and chimpanzees, the frontal lobe is about 17% to 15%. In dogs, it's about 7%, and for you cat lovers, it's about 3.5%. So what separates us and makes us great is our frontal lobe in reference to the rest of the brain. Now, the frontal lobe is the executive. It decides on action. It regulates behavior. It's the part of the brain that we use when we're planning, we're speculating, when we're inventing, when we're looking at possibilities. The frontal lobe, if we were to use one word to describe the frontal lobe, we would use the word intent or purpose. When people's intention matches their behavior, or when their behavior matches their intention, or when their thoughts are aligned with their action, is the moment the frontal lobe is at its greatest moment. Now, in the recent journals, in November of 2004, a group of scientists from the University of Wisconsin began to see if observation and paying attention was a skill like anything else. And what they did is they designed this experiment where they took a group of Buddhist monks who have been meditating and focusing on concepts like compassion and love and divinity for extended periods of time. And most of the monks that they studied had over 10,000 to about 50,000 hours of focused meditation. So these guys knew how to pay attention. And they took another control group of people who never really went inward and focused their mind on anything. And they said to the monks, would you train these guys over a course of a week and see if we can get these people to learn how to develop a skill called meditation? And so they hooked the monks' brains up to 256 electrodes over their entire brain, and they were going to measure what type of activity took place when these monks paid attention. And of course, they were going to do the same thing with the control group. Now, these 8 particular monks, when they got hooked up to these particular scans, the moment that they began to focus on a concept like compassion, the moment they began to focus on an idea and went inward, their frontal lobes lit up like nothing that the scientists ever seen before. The amount of activity that was taking place in the frontal lobe was enormous. And when they compared that to the control group, the people who were just learning how to focus their mind and pay attention, their ability to hold that focused thought produced very little effects in the frontal lobe. Now, the scientists knew that a particular area in the frontal lobe, on the left side of the frontal lobe, is a place where we experience joy and happiness. And in one particular monk, his brain scan activity was so enlarged in the frontal lobe that the scientists said he must be the happiest man on the planet because his activity was that great. Now, when the scientists began to speculate and look at the effects of this experiment, they began to realize that maybe observation and paying attention is a skill. Maybe it's a skill just like tennis or golf, that we can develop the skill of paying attention, and by developing the skill, we could get better at it. And the effects and the results are that our brain actually changes. So observation then is a skill just like anything else. And if we can develop the skill of observation, maybe just not only the small subatomic particles will respond to our world, but maybe even larger subatomic particles or larger objects will respond based on our ability to observe. Now, back in the 1930s in the United States, there was an experiment done on a group of chimpanzees that were aggressive, and they had an antisocial personality traits. And the scientists said, well, let's see, by doing an experiment on their frontal lobe and doing an operation on their frontal lobe, if it changed the way these chimpanzees behaved. And so they took an instrument that looked like an ice pick, and they tapped it into the frontal lobes of these chimpanzees, and they swirled it around. It was called the ice pick experiment. And after the experiment, the monkeys became very docile and very controllable, and they no longer were aggressive with other chimpanzees. Now, during this time in the United States, in the late 1930s, there were several mental institutions that were overcrowded with people with the exact same condition, antisocial personality disorders, aggressive traits. And because the Depression was going on in the 1930s, it took an enormous amount of money to medicate these people to keep them under control. So the scientists in a particular university in the Midwest said, why don't we try this experiment out on some of these people in these mental institutions? We can save on a lot of money on the medications that we're administering. So what they did is they took these people and they brought them into an operating room while they were asleep, and they anesthetized them with sodium pentothal. And while they were anesthetized, they took a scalpel and they slid it under their eyelid and punctured the softest part of the skull, which is right behind the orbit of the eye. And when they punctured the skull in that particular area, they took a scalpel and they ran it back and forth, and it was called the windshield wiper experiment. And of course, as we know, that's called a lobotomy. And when they pulled the scalpel out, they sewed them up and they brought the people back to the room. And these people all of a sudden began to behave differently. Now, they noticed some very interesting things about these people that were the effects of the lobotomy. The first thing that they noticed is that all of these people became lazy and lethargic. The next thing they noticed is that they became uninspired. They lost their initiative to do things. They also noticed that they had a tremendous desire for sameness. In other words, they love to listen to the same radio station. They love to eat the same food. They love to wear the same clothes. And if you disrupted their routine in any way, they would emotionally fall apart. So they had a tremendous desire for sameness. They also noticed that these people couldn't focus on single-minded tasks. In other words, they would start something and become distracted and start something else. And then they would become distracted and start something else. They never completed a cycle of action. They also noticed that they failed to gain meaning out of situations. They couldn't learn anything new. They couldn't modify their behavior. Learning is modifying our behavior. So they got so stuck in the routine of doing something over and over again, repetitively, that they never modified their behavior in any condition. And the last thing they noticed was that they couldn't project into the future. They couldn't plan into the future. They couldn't project ideas into the future. For example, if they were bending over and tying their shoelace and the shoelace broke, instead of getting a new shoelace, they would continually try to tie the same shoelace even though it was broken. So if we think about this now, frontal lobe damage produces certain effects in people. People become lazy and lethargic, uninspired. They have a loss of initiative. They have a desire for sameness. They don't do anything new. They can't project into the future. They don't learn anything new. And they get distracted easily. Now that's starting to begin to sound like the majority of people in our culture. And the reason being is because we haven't mastered the ability to use the frontal lobe properly. So maybe we haven't mastered the skill of observation. Maybe observation is a skill in itself. And maybe most people are so distracted by their external world that they don't use the frontal lobe properly. If we think about it, everything in our environment is constantly feeding the brain information. Our senses are what allow us to interpret reality. Our senses are what allow us to respond to information from our external world. Now, as long as we believe that the external world is more real than the internal world, we'll always be using the same circuits in our brain to process that information. The moment we begin to accept that the internal world has an effect on the external world, we have to begin to use the frontal lobe. Now, we know scientifically, it's true, absolutely true, that the brain is shaped and molded from our environment. We know that specifically. But what science is beginning to learn as well is that our brain is shaped and molded by our ability to pay attention. And that when we have the ability to pay attention, and we have the ability to learn knowledge and wire that knowledge in our brain, we begin to make new circuits. And when we're able to make new circuits, we begin to perceive reality differently based on the way our brain is wired. Now, here's an example. Let's suppose that I took a picture of a painting, say from Monet, and I put a picture of Monet on a screen up here. And I said, take a look at this painting from Monet and just enjoy the picture. Most people would look at the painting for a few minutes, recognize certain objects in the painting, and be done with it. Now, if I took that painting down and I said to you, I want to tell you some things about Monet. Did you know that Monet spent 44 years of his life making an attempt to be able to see how things are unified in the world? He was specifically interested in the way light works. He loved the light first thing in the morning, and he loved light at the sunset and at dusk. And that he thought that most people never stopped to pay attention the way light affected flowers and the way they affected colors in the environment. So he went out of his way to paint with pastels and paint with colors, to brighten things based on the light at that particular time in the day. And he said things like, the bridge and the wisteria are never really separate. They're one and the same, and I can only paint them that way. And as he got older, he developed cataracts, and his cataracts became very thick. And so when he perceived light, the light that he was perceiving diffused into his eye, and he was actually beginning to paint exactly what he saw. Now, if I gave you that information, and I put the picture back up, and you looked at this Monet again, more than likely you would perceive it differently based on your ability to pay attention to details. And actually what we did in that moment is we gave you knowledge and information that your brain filtered out of the equation and you were only looking at the picture based on the way your brain was wired, based on what you knew. The moment we give the brain new information and the brain can pay attention through the frontal lobe to that information, we begin to see things that already existed, but we've filtered out of the equation. Another example, a wine connoisseur. If a wine connoisseur swirls wine and he tastes wine, he has the circuitry in his brain or her brain to be able to notice the subtleties. He could taste the tannins and the acids. It could smell the bouquet and the aromas. It could be further assembled into more specific things about oaks and specific types of grapes. And because his brain has been educated and because he's made the circuits, because he's paid attention to notice the difference in the reality called tasting wine, he's able to pick up the subtleties. Now, the person who isn't wired for that particular experience and doesn't have the connections in their brain to know what to look for, that wine will taste just like everybody else's wine. And that's how reality works. We perceive reality based on how the brain is wired. Now, scientists have done some experiments to see if this is actually true. What they came to realize is that it is. They took a group of people and they asked them if they wanted to participate in an experiment where they were going to wear a set of glasses for 2 weeks. Now, these glasses weren't just ordinary glasses. The glasses were divided in half, and when they looked to the left, they saw blue, and when they looked to the right, they saw yellow. So the lenses of the glasses were divided so that blue was on one side and yellow was on the other. And they said to these people, we want you to wear these lenses with everything that you do during your day. We want you to wear them when you take your kids to school. We want you to wear them when you go to work. We want you to wear them when you're doing all your normal activities. And we want you to wear them for 2 weeks. And so all different people wore these glasses for a period of time, and at the end of the experiment, they invited the participants back into the laboratory. And when they brought the participants into the laboratory, they said to them, now, what we want you to do is look at this piece of paper. And it was a white sheet of paper, and they said, what color do you see when you look at this paper? Now, every single person that participated in the experiment said, that's a white piece of paper. And they said, well, look to the left. Do you see a blue piece of paper when you look at that paper? And they said, no. And they said, when you look to the right, do you see a yellow piece of paper? And they said, no. So the scientists had to back up because they realized then that these people were filling in reality based on their memory. They were overlaying the way things appeared based on the circuits that they already had wired. And the more they participated in the world, the faster the color disappeared for them. And essentially, that's what we do in reality. Our brain is wired a certain way. We're given a certain amount of circuits in our life. And then we add to those circuits by the way we make the connections based on the knowledge we gain. And if we don't learn any new knowledge, we keep using the same circuits, which allows reality to appear the exact same way. If we're given knowledge and information, and that knowledge and that information is unconventional, if it's outside the box of what's accepted scientifically, socially, politically, if it's outside the box of what's even religiously accepted, maybe we'll begin to perceive reality differently based on that knowledge that we've received. Now, in studying these spontaneous remissions with people that heal themselves of various conditions, it was interesting to note that independent of their culture, or independent of their creed, or independent of their educational status, or their religion, independent of their gender, they basically said, I'm going to observe a different outcome. And I'm going to hold on to this observation, independent of the feedback from my body, independent of the feedback from my environment, and independent of time. Now, the frontal lobe, the crowning achievement of the human being, allows us to do that. You see, the frontal lobe gives us permission to make thought more real than anything else. The frontal lobe gives us permission to hold on to a concept, to hold on to an idea, to hold on to a vision or a dream, independent of the circumstances that exist in our world, independent of the circumstances that exist in our body, independent of the circumstances that exist in reference to time. And those are the things and the traits that we secretly admire in all great people in antiquity, whether it was Martin Luther King or William Wallace, someone who had a vision, someone who had an idea. A hero said, I believe in these morals and I believe in these ethics. And even though my environment isn't aligned with my thinking is more important than my environment. And the frontal lobe in the human being allows us the privilege, it gives us the privilege to make thought more real than anything else. Now, most species in nature, the way in which they change is that they're subjected to some harsh environmental stimuli. They're subjected to something in the environment. And then they have to adapt, or they have to accommodate, or if they have to acclimate to some type of environmental stimulus, whether it's cold, or whether it's heat, or whether it's any particular thing. And what happens is that the species is introduced into this particular environment, and then over a series of generations, as the same species is introduced to the same harsh environment, over a period of time, over several generations, that species will modify its behavior and change its genetics. That's called evolution. But human beings don't have to do that. Because of the size of the frontal lobe and because of our ability to speculate possibilities and ask about potentials and think about the what-ifs, we can invent new ideas and new ways of being. And it gives us the privilege then to modify our behavior in the same lifetime. It gives us the privilege to modify our actions in a week. We can modify how we behave in a day, and we can change in a moment. The only object that we need to master is this skill called observation. When we begin to use the brain properly, when we begin to pay attention to a concept or to an idea, this amazing thing happens in the brain. The frontal lobe lowers the volume to the external stimuli. It lowers the volume to the body and the feedback loop from the body to the brain. It lowers the volume to the feedback from the environment. You don't know if it's cold or warm. You don't know if it's dark or light. Your brain becomes the magnifier of thought, and it lowers the volume to time. In other words, as we hold a concept in the frontal lobe, we will lose track of time and space. Now, science is beginning to understand that the way in which we make circuits in the brain, the way in which we begin to make connections in the brain, aside from allowing the environment to mold and shape our brain, that we can begin to mold and shape our brain by paying attention. And if we can hold on to an idea, we begin to wire those connections in our brain. By wiring those connections in our brain, we begin to leave footprints of those concepts neurologically in the tissues. And those footprints then can act as the foundation in the way in which we can act and behave. So the frontal lobe then, the crowning achievement of the human being, allows thought to be more real than anything else. And when we begin to assemble ideas, and we begin to assemble concepts, and we put all of our attention on that concept, the frontal lobe will lower the volume to all the extraneous stimuli. And the only thing that will become real is thought itself. When that happens, there's a physical change in the brain. The brain then takes that holographic image that we're holding in the frontal lobe and creates a pattern of connections that associate with that concept or that idea. So when we learn new things, when we're learning new things, we make connections in our brain. We make new connections in our brain. When we memorize those things, or when we remember those things, we sustain those connections, or we maintain those connections. Memory is maintaining those connections. Learning is forming those connections. So we can learn from the environment. We can learn from our sensual experiences. But then we can only be as great as how our environment is dictating our experience. But if we learn knowledge and we learn information that's unconventional, quantum physics, that the observer participates in the nature of reality and that our thoughts actually matter, from the subatomic particles all the way to the very large, and that maybe our observation, our ability to pay attention, will begin to format new connections in our brain, that will allow us to perceive things exactly the way they are. And that may be because our brain processes billions of bits of information every second. But we're only aware of those bits of information that have to do with the body, the environment, and time. That we can begin to make new connections and learn new knowledge. We'll begin to see what has always existed, but we've filtered out of the equation, just like those people that did the experiment with the lenses. Now, I want to talk about how the brain learns and how those connections are formulated. We know from a scientific standpoint that neurons, nerve cells that exist in the brain, when they connect, they exchange information. And as they connect and they exchange information, that connecting point is a learned understanding related to a concept. As I said, when we remember something, we activate those connections again and bring them to life. Now, we have enormous amounts of connections in our brain, infinite connections, just about trillions and trillions of connections. And every place where those neurons connect and exchange information, it's mapped as a pattern or a sequence that reflects some idea, something that we've learned, a trait, a behavior, a skill, a tendency, a feeling even. And all these connections are the sum total of who we are as an individual. So everybody's different because they have had different experiences in their life, they've learned different knowledge, and they have a certain amount of genetic connections that they're given. And that's basically the foundation of where we start from as individuals. Now, most people at a certain point in their life rely on those developed circuits and never learn anything new. They allow feeling to become the means of thinking. They stop learning and they start feeling. And when we get to the point where learning is stopped and feeling is initiated, that's when we're living out our genetic propensities. That's when we're living out the predetermined genetic future that exists for us as individuals. When we learn new knowledge, the brain begins to reformat itself. It begins to fire in new sequences and new patterns and in new connections. And if we can maintain those connections for an extended period of time, we can modify and change our behavior. And those people who had spontaneous remissions, what they did was they gained knowledge and they began to apply that knowledge by asking what ifs. And they understood if they could connect with that intelligence that was keeping their heart beating and digesting their food, if they could whisper in the ear of the giant that was running their physical body, that knew how to make cells, that knew how to organize DNA, if they could have their will match its will, if they could have their mind match its mind, if they could have their love of life match its love of life, because it was what was continuously giving them life, if they reasoned that by changing their thoughts, would it send a new signal to their cells? And by patterning new connections in their brain, would it ultimately produce a new physiological effect in their body? So the reinvention process meant to reorganize those circuits to a greater ideal of themselves. Now, we have a couple different types of learning that we have in the brain. We have learning divided in two different areas. When we learn something and we memorize it, one particular area is what's called explicit learning. Now, explicit learning, another name for it, is called declarative learning or declarative memory. Declarative memories are things that we can declare. One of the aspects of declarative memory is knowledge, information, philosophy. For example, if you learn new information, new knowledge, intellectual data, philosophy, every time we do that, the brain makes a particular type of circuits. The second type of declarative memory is called experience. Experience, then, are things that we can declare. We can declare that I'm a man. I can declare that I know where I was on 9/11. I can declare that I like apples because I've had those experiences. So the memory systems in the brain that have to do with declarative memories have a very specific sequence in which the brain formats that information. It's formatted in the thinking brain. It's formatted in the part of the brain where conscious awareness exists. And that particular sequence of knowledge and experience allows the brain to function in reality. We can function in the external environment because we use declarative memory consciously to make decisions. We use declarative memory consciously to project the future. We're using declarative memory to function in our world, to make decisions every single day. And that type of memory system is intact so that we can function in our world. Now, the second type of memory system is called implicit memories. Now, implicit memory systems are very powerful systems because implicit memories are things that we can't declare. It's called non-declarative memory. That non-declarative memory are things like skills and habits and conditionings and traits and propensities and even behaviors. That those traits and behaviors have been practiced and executed so many times that we no longer have to think about it anymore. They're called procedural memories. And we have hundreds of procedural memories that's formatted in our brain. Now, those procedural memories are things like driving a stick shift in our car. When we drive a stick shift in our car, we've practiced it so many times that we don't even have to think about it anymore. It's wired neurologically as a complete circuit. When we brush our teeth, when we put on makeup, when we type, when we walk, those are all procedural or non-declarative memories. And the brain processes that information differently because it goes beyond our conscious thoughts. It goes beyond our conscious memories. It's wired to us so that we don't even have to declare it. For example, when you can't remember a phone number consciously in your explicit system, you could grab the phone and look at the numbers, and your hands will begin to move, and you'll remember the numbers. That's called an implicit memory because your body's practiced it so much, it remembers it as well as your brain. Now, implicit memories are the point in which we hardwire behavior. Implicit memories are when we are actually it. Implicit memories are when we've completely made a change. So if we think about it, if we make connections in the brain by learning knowledge is beginning to make new circuits. That's philosophy. The brain is changed as a result of it. But there isn't much change in terms of sending signals to the body, new information to the body. It's intellectual information. When we have a new experience, when we personalize that knowledge, when we take knowledge and we personalize it or apply it, we can set up a new experience. And that new experience then allows us to format and change our behavior. So knowledge then applied creates a new experience. That experience then creates a certain amount of circuits in the brain that further advances the knowledge that we learn. And we can declare that we've had a new experience. So knowledge is thinking. It is our thinking brain. When we learn new knowledge, we learn that knowledge to think from. Experience requires applying that knowledge, and we call that doing. That's the doing aspect of how the brain learns. So we could have an experience based on knowledge that we've learned. We can apply that knowledge and have a new experience, but that isn't enough. Because when we have a new experience, the idea then is to be able to repeat that experience. And when we can repeat that experience over and over again, we begin to wire to that implicit memory system, and that new way of remembering something is called being it. We're actually being it now. So, learning new knowledge is the thinking part of our brain. Applying that knowledge and applying what we've learned, applying our thought to have a new experience, modifying our behavior to have a new experience is called the doing it. And then when we continuously are able to repeat that experience over and over again, and repeat it over and over again, we begin to wire the brain to that implicit system called being it. Now, when we're being something, we don't have to think about it anymore. It's wired permanently. That process is natural. It's second nature. It's easy. And those people who had spontaneous remissions, as they began to gain new knowledge and apply that knowledge to set up some new experiences for themselves, they didn't stop there. They went further until that system was hardwired in their body, till they actually were able to become it. You see, once we can become something, now it's wired permanently so that we no longer have to think about it. And the idea then is if there's automatic systems in our brain, automatic programs in our brain that define thinking and feeling our entire life, thinking as a victim, thinking as an insecure person. And if we think those insecure thoughts, it makes the chemicals that make us feel insecure. See, then once we feel insecure, then the brain starts to think the way it's feeling. So those people who had spontaneous remissions from diseases, those people who healed themselves of different conditions, they made some pretty physical changes in their brain. The changes that they made weren't just about intellectually embracing this information. It wasn't just about having an experience once. They wanted to actually become somebody else. And when they reinvented themselves, when they said, I believe there's an intelligence that exists within me that gives life to every single individual, whether they're happy or sad, whether they're wealthy or poor, whether they're holy or unholy, that some intelligence gives life to every human being. If I could tap into that intelligence and become somebody else, it'll give life to who this new person emerges as. And that if my thoughts matter, I'm going to have to really construct some permanent neurological connections in my brain to become this new platform of being. And that I have to abandon and surrender that old way of thinking and feeling that was really tied to my environment, really tied to the way in which I thought about my world based on my old self. And maybe those old feelings and those old connections were really tied to old experiences. And maybe by reinventing myself, there'll be a period where I have no feeling. Maybe those old emotions and those old feelings were tied to some old experience that were actually the cause of the condition in the first place. And by abandoning those old thoughts and those old feelings, just abandoning those and replacing it with a new idea of self, that a new signal was running to the body and the person was actually free. And then all they had to do was separate themselves from people and things and the distraction of the environment and time and episodes and events, and let thought become more real than anything else. In the process of rehearsing, in the process of thinking about who they wanted to become, in the process of thinking about it over and over again, they began to make those circuits more permanent. They began to create a new individual. They began to emerge as a new being. And as a result of it, that process where they developed the skill of paying attention, they developed the ability to move their mind away from their body. They developed the ability to move their mind away from the environment. And they even moved their mind away from the reference of time. And the moment they did that, maybe the door to the quantum field opened. Maybe now they were stepping into a new level of mind. And when that happens, when we can make thought more real than anything else, the brain begins to format those patterns and connections that are equal to who we are and who we're becoming. So these people who had spontaneous remissions, maybe it wasn't a miracle at all. Maybe they just became somebody else. And maybe they believed that this intelligence would stand behind them and give life to whoever they were being. And maybe this intelligence was smarter than them and brighter than them and had more will than them to step in and reorganize their body for them. And that all they had to do was to become somebody different. And when they became somebody different, this intelligence gave life to them, and their life changed, their health changed, and their future changed. And maybe these people who had spontaneous remissions gave up the feelings and the emotions that were tied to the past, and in the process of becoming somebody new, in the process of that reinvention process where they made new circuits to operate from, they abandoned their past and their association to their past and all of the feelings and the emotions that went along with it. And maybe the chemicals that were feeding the body based on those thoughts were no longer made. And because they were no longer made, the signal that was being sent to the body was a new signal. And that new signal that was sent to the body had nothing to do with their association to those past attitudes, those past thoughts, and those past feelings. But now the person had an idea of their future. They had an idea of something to look forward to. And now, as they began to make those changes, they no longer sent the same signal to the body, but they sent a new signal to the body based on how they were now being. So, if we think about this then, the whole idea of this separation between mind and matter, the separation between the objective and the subjective, may actually begin to merge when we apply these principles together. Maybe quantum physics gives us permission to say that my observation matters. And maybe the frontal lobe, the crowning achievement of the human being, allows us to modify our behavior in one lifetime and to grow new circuits and new connections as a new place of being. And that this merging now that takes place between mind and matter basically says this: my thought matters. And because my thought matters, it should have a direct effect on the closest thing that exists to me, which is my physical body. And if we can begin to merge these ideas, we've come a complete circle back to understanding that there is no separation, that mind actually gives life to matter, and that it is our mind as individuals that can merge with a greater mind. And as we merge with this greater mind, we're now enacting the skill of observation. We move our attention away from our body. We move our attention away from the environment, and we forget about time. And when we do that now, pure mind has a direct effect on the physical body, and it has a direct effect on the nature of reality, and it has a direct effect on matter. And when we begin to execute these ideas and we begin to apply them to our life, we get to be the scientist in measuring our own observation. And maybe that's the beginning understanding of what it is to have an immortal brain.
My name's Christopher Morphus. We have a guided meditation recording here for you to take a moment to just breathe and relax and reset for the day. So I hope you enjoy. Fill your lungs up completely with air. Exhale fully,
completely emptying. Notice this natural wave of breath. Take time to fully scan over your body physically. Noticing any areas that may need relaxing or softening. Breathe all the way in, breathe all the way out. And with your breath, just take time to inhale deeply into any area that might need some love. And exhale completely from and relaxing this area. Feel out any muscles, joints, your skin, organs, bones. Inhaling fully, giving this gift of life to yourself, this life force energy, this air. Feeding your body the oxygen it needs to function fully. Exhaling and releasing, letting go. Feeling the muscles soften, feeling the skin loosen and relax. Notice your balance and your symmetry. Feel the weight of your head directly over your neck. Let your shoulders drop down and back. Breathe all the way in. Exhale completely. And feel your muscles grow subtle. Almost as if your body is melting, fading away more and more with each breath. Take a deep inhale through your nose. Exhale out your mouth. Your body is calm, relaxed, settled. And in this relaxed, beautiful vessel, let's move our awareness to our thoughts and our minds. Take time to just be aware. Just see. Don't delve into any thoughts. Just look. Just be aware of what thoughts have been racing or hanging out maybe in the back of our minds throughout our days, throughout the week. These hundreds of thousands of thoughts coming every day. Which ones stand out? Which ones aren't even necessary? Breathe all the way in. Breathe all the way out. And just like with our bodies, we take time to breathe deeply into this area of the mind. Inhaling fully, giving our brains oxygen, feeding our bodies and our minds. Air, exhaling and releasing and clearing. Continuing breathing, inhaling fully, exhale completely. There's so many thoughts. Each thought is a choice. It's not always necessary to choose to spend time on each thought. It's wiser to choose which thoughts are most valuable and deserve your attention. So in this space, clarity, take time to bring your attention and your focus to your breath. This sensation of breath, the thought of this feeling of air entering and leaving your body. Where do you feel the air cross your lip as you inhale, or your nostril? Where do you feel this warm air leave your body, and the sensation of breath as you exhale? Keep your attention here as you breathe. mind starts to wander, do not judge or question yourself. Mental chatter is completely normal. You merely bring your attention back to the breath, completely inhaling, feeling the cool air enter your body. Exhaling, feeling this warm, humid air leave your lungs. This continuous wave of breath is always flowing. Take a few more deep breaths here. Our minds are clear. Continuing to breathe. Shift your attention now to your emotional center, to your heart. How have you been feeling? Be honest. It's just you. Breathe all the way in. Completely exhale. What feelings have been pushing or pulling you this way and that? What emotions have you been clinging onto? Take another deep breath. And just like with your body, just as in our minds, fully inhaling deeply into our hearts, our centers, our core, exhaling and releasing and letting go. Emotions we're letting go of fade and almost melt down away from our centers, down away, almost like warm honey just melting and flowing down into the ground with each breath. More and more clear. Each emotion is a choice. You are not your emotions. You choose to experience them. Breathe all the way in. Breathe all the way out. In your breath, you find power over this choice of emotion. And in this clear emotional center, take the opportunity to start fresh, start new. Choose a specific emotion and feeling to start with, to feel, to embody this moment. Still breathing, still relaxed, inhaling fully, exhaling completely. Good and easy emotion is gratitude. Always easy to come back to. Gratitude just that we can breathe, that we have this moment. Don't just think about what it feels like, feel it. Feel this emotion inside. Feel it through every part of you. Starting from your core, from your heart, feeling it through your mind, through your body. Breath, continuing to feel this flow of air enter and leave. And in this space, take time to go back to our intention. What focus did you put out there? What idea did we write down? What is it that you are ready to see manifest and create in the life of someone you love, in the world around you, and yourself? What experiences would you have from this manifestation? And go into them in detail. Feel these experiences. Feel the reality as it is already past. And you are living in this future you've created. This awesome dream you are living. Breathe all the way in. Breathe all the way out. And don't just feel, see what it looks like to be in this reality. Look around. See in your mind, see if you already created your dream, what it would look like around you and what it already does. You're already there. So important to feel these emotions of what we'd like to see happen instead of just think of the thoughts. as long as you need here. This is a place you can always go to. It's inside. This is a place for you. This moment is a gift from you to yourself. When you're ready, come back to the room and open your eyes. Be sure to take time, maybe even close your eyes again, go back just to remember any intuitive thoughts or visions, ideas that may have come to you. Just like with a dream, it's easy to forget once you wake up. It could be wise to even keep a notepad, write down or draw ideas after meditation. Thanks for watching this video. Come to our group guided meditations if you're in the area.